Good morning to the mayor and members of council. We're ready to go.
Well, good morning. This is Parkland County Mayor Rod Chagas, and I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 for April the 27th of 2021. And with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, Parkland County will be conducting this meeting using electronic communication under Parkland County's meeting procedure bylaw 2015-06 and section 199 of the Municipal Government Act. So we'll begin this meeting. I will confirm that all members of council are present today. So want the records to reflect that. And the following procedural measures will be undertaken to ensure transparency and fairness during the meeting today. So with each item, I will ask the Chief Administrative Officer to introduce the matter. I will then get a council member to put forward the motion. The floor will be open then to all members of council for discussion and debate. Once there is no additional comments, I will ask members of council to vote in for or against the motion, and I'll declare the motion either passed or failed. So at this time, I would ask Councillor Hollins to provide inspirational reflection.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During our council meeting today, may we have the strength and encouragement in our service to others. May we rely on wisdom to guide us to make good decisions for the present and the future of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollins. So on today's agenda, we have the following items. Item 4.1, which is the adoption of the April 13th, 2021 council meeting minutes at 9:15. Under section 5.1, we have public input. Under 5.2, we have a public hearing. That's for bylaw 2021-07, and that's for redistricting the northeast point southwest 3452-26 west of the 4th, and that's an amendment to land use bylaw 2017-18. At 5.3, we'll reconvene a public hearing, and that is with bylaw 2021-03, and that's for a road closure for the purpose of lease. Under 5.4, we have a scheduled appointment at 10:30, and that is with the Metrics Group LLP, and that is the 2020 Wadman audited financial statements. At 11 o'clock, under agenda item 5.5, we have an appointment with KPMG, and this is for 2020 audited financial statements. Item A1 is a notice of motion, acceptance of potentially contaminated soils policy. Item A2 is a notice of motion for service connection requirement for water and wastewater servicing policy. Item A3 is a notice of motion, multi-parcel country residential subdivision approval policy. Item A4 is a notice of motion, and that's capital and operating cost sharing policy. Item A5 is a notice of motion, agricultural impact assessment policy. Under B1, we have 2020 and 2021 TransAlta linear property assessment complaint. Item C1 is bylaw 2021-11. It's a public transportation utility. C2 is bylaw 2021-12. The Atchison Water Special Tax. Item C3 is bylaw 2021-14, and that is the 2021 tax rate. Item C4 is bylaw 2021-13, repeal of Wadman bylaws. Item D1, the appointment of the 2021 weed and crop inspectors. Item E1 is municipal tax collection cancellation on leased land minimum taxes. Item 8.1 is the Standing Rural Municipalities of Alberta Contact Newsletter. Item 8.2 is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities update. Item 8.3 is committee reports. Item 9.1 is a closed session, and under that is 9.2 KPMG with the audited financial statements, and then we'll move back into open session. I will now ask members of council if there's any additions or deletions, and if there are, if you can just advise me at this time. So I'll be looking to all of council members if they want to add or delete an item. And I am not seeing any. So I will ask administration, Ms. Swain, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add one item to the agenda. It will be item 9.3, which will be a 1:30 p.m. appointment for Meridian Housing Foundation property purchase. And we will have a guest, Lori-Ann St. Arnaud from the Meridian Housing Foundation in that session. And the closed session is in accordance with Section 24, advice from officials, and Section 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body. And I'd also like to recommend that the current agenda item 9.3 be renumbered to 9.4. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Swain. So with that, if I can get a mover to adopt the agenda as amended.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor John McNabb, Division 5. Bring forward the adopted the motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McNabb, and I'll ask all members of council to please raise your hand if you're in favor of that motion. And that is carried unanimously. So with that, I will now go to the items that we have on the consent agenda, and those are item 4.1, which is the adoption of the April 13th, 2021 council meeting minutes. Item A1 is A2, A3, A4, and A5, and those are the notice of motions. Item D1 is the appointment of the 2021 weed and crop inspectors. Item E1, the municipal 2021 tax cancellation on leased land minimum taxes. Item 8.1, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Contact Newsletter. Item 8.2, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities update. Are there any other additions or deletions on the consent agenda from members of council? And if there are none, if I can get a mover for that consent agenda, please.
Tracy Melnick, Councillor for Division 6. I'll make the motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Please raise your hand if you're in favor. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, Ms. Swain, we'll move to agenda item B1 under Chief Administrative Officer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to invite Mark Fitch, Director of Strategic Initiatives, to present the 2020 and 2021 TransAlta Linear Property Assessment Complaint and answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. TransAlta has submitted a complaint to the Municipal Government Board relating to the assessment of the linear property for the 2020 and 2021 taxation year. Parkland County will realize a significant reduction in tax revenue should this complaint succeed. Section 5081 of the Municipal Government Act provides that when council considers that the interest of the public in the municipality or in a major part of the municipality are sufficiently concerned, council may authorize the municipality to become an intervener in a hearing before the board. And with that, I'll turn the two motions back to council and any questions that they may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. If I can get a mover for the first item, first motion, please.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Lisa Jensen, Division 1. I'm not exactly sure how to read these, so I'll just spell them out, I guess, here. That I'll make the motion that council authorize Parkland County to become an intervener before the Municipal Government Board in relation to the TransAlta Linear Property Assessment complaint numbers L20 WILS Trans 01, L20 WILS Trans -02, L21 WILS Trans -01, and L21 WILS Trans -02.
Thank you, Councillor Jensen. Opening up for comments or questions from members of council. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. it's actually quite disappointing that once again, TransAlta is appealing their taxes at this point. Mr. Fitch, how far back now are we that TransAlta has appealed their taxes? How many years are we waiting to hear from the Municipal Government Board? And my second piece is whether or not there is an avenue at all, and I'm sure the answer is no, but to appeal to the province to indicate that this has become a business model for them and not necessarily a validated appeal.
Through the mayor to Councillor Melnick. This is the 4th year that TransAlta has appealed their taxes, but in order to keep it going, they have to do that each additional year to keep the original appeal going. And yes, we've been working with the province. They're very aware that we want this to be resolved because it is a big thing that's hanging over the municipality now for 4 years. So the province does also want it to go away, but we haven't really got any further. We know that we've gotten that ruling back from Court of Queen's bench that basically denied the challenge that TransAlta had created. So that is a good sign that this hopefully will head towards resolution in the near future. But unfortunately, with the Municipal Government Board, we've got quite some time to wait, as they're not hearing anything until this fall at the earliest.
If I may, as a follow-up, Mr. Mayor. So in total, tax dollars that have been appealed as far as TransAlta that we've had to set aside? Thank you.
Each year, it's around $8 million if they were to win everything. So times 4, so that'd be $32 million. That's if they were to win everything that they're asking for.
Councillor Kavasiak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was around the Court of Queen's Bench decision. And Mr. Fitch, if you could elaborate a little bit more, there are people that are not fully aware of the challenge, the ongoing challenge of TransAlta to Parkland County. And if you could just elaborate a bit more on that challenge and that decision that was made in favor of Parkland County at Court of Queen's Bench. Thank you.
Certainly. The Court of Queen's Bench ruling was around the challenge that TransAlta had done against the province to saying that their legislation was invalid, and that's the ministerial orders. So the Court of Queen Bench came back saying that they are valid and they must be followed. So that was very good in our favor. But now what it's done is it's going back to the Municipal Government Board. So now they have to decide how they'll handle this ruling from Court of Queen's Bench. But as we all know, TransAlta has also appealed that ruling. So we're waiting to see where that goes, whether the Municipal Government Board will choose to hear it now, or whether they will wait until the appeal is heard through Court of Queen's Bench, or if the Court of Queen's Bench will entertain the appeal.
Are there any further comments from members of council? Councillor McNabb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this might be a tough question for Mark. And so would you have an idea of what kind of dollars were spent by the province and our local municipality going to court and just spending our last 4 years in reviewing all the documents and trying to get a resolution to this issue? And I know it's a tough, but I'm sure there's some sort of a dollar figure that might be out there in regards to time and energy spent here.
Through the mayor to Councillor McNabb, I'd be purely speculating on that, but it definitely is significant dollars. Like, we're not talking, in the 10 to 20,000, it's in the hundreds for sure.
Thank you very much.
Any additional comments from members of council? Well, our second motion requests for up to $200,000 for legal representation. That's just for this particular appeal. So it is, as Mr. Fitch has mentioned, very significant. So TransAlta is the appellant in this case. We are seeking intervener status. Are there, for members of the public who are watching, are there other parties that will be involved in this?
Well, it's the province as well as ourselves as an intervener, and that's who's involved in it at this point. And obviously TransAlta, but that would be it.
Thank you for that. So because the province is involved, we cannot have the same legal counsel representing us, just for members of the public. So if there's no further questions or comments, I will ask the question. Those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. Do we have a second motion? If I can get a mover for that motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Kubasiuk, Division 3 Councillor. I move that Council approve funding of up to $200,000 from the long-term sustainability restricted surplus for expenditures associated with the intervener status.
Thank you. Comments or questions on this motion? Councillor Melnick.
Just one comment, I guess. I just wanted to make sure that it is articulated out that, well, Parkland County is really unhappy with the appeals. We do have a good working relationship with TransAlta, and we continue to have a good working relationship. They are one of our large tax base owners. They are one of our property owners, and we continue to have and separate this appeal with all the other business that we do with them. Thanks.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So it is 9:17. We'll move to item 5.1, which is public input. We do have 4 individuals who have registered to make comment to members of council this morning. I would respectfully request you try to keep those comments as brief as possible, because we do have scheduled appointments beginning at 9:30. If we're unable to get everybody in before 9:30, we'll move back to public input after the scheduled appointments when time permits. So the first individual who has registered is Ian Cameron. Mr. Cameron, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Council, thanks for listening to me today. I just wanted to confirm that following the prior meeting and now public consultation, I'm in support of using option 1, which is the hammerhead turn just west of the existing gate that the camp's installed on their own. One of the things that I have asked...
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cameron, so you're speaking to an item that'll be on a public hearing?
Here we go. Yeah, this happened to me once before. I just simply registered. I thought we were on the right topic. So
okay, so I would ask you to stay on when we move to that item on the agenda. You can make your comments and they'll be recorded, and council consider them at that point.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. I see Greg Nielsen as well. I'm just to confirm, Mr. Nielsen, if you are on, I don't see your name currently here, but I believe that will also be for a public hearing. I believe that is. I don't see Mr. Nielsen's name on my screen. Murray Doherty is the 3rd registrant. And I don't see his name either, so he's probably wanting to speak at a public hearing. And the 4th registrant for today is Shelley Gordon. And go ahead, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you. I've been on a few council meetings prior for public input. I just have a couple more questions today regarding the Carmelite development and how that came to be. I'll keep my questions fairly short. There's only a couple, I believe. And I'm not sure who I should contact to ensure that you have my proper contact information, as I haven't received any response to the previous questions that were put forward. So would that be Laura Swain? Do I need to contact you, Laura?
Ms. Gordon, yes, you can contact me, and our approach with dealing with public questions was if there were questions that were not answered in Ms. Domagen's presentation, then we will certainly answer them. But our intention was to provide her presentation to residents.
Okay, thank you. So in the presentation, there was a statement that no greater impact on the local area would occur that's been occurring on the land for several decades. And I guess I believe that the overall footprint of the building is smaller, although the capacity is greater. So we asked for clarification on those numbers. But the total land use is still going to be about the same. I think we're concerned, or I'm concerned, over the disruption to the area, which is significantly greater than what was there before, and it will impact a larger area when all phases are completed, based on the drawings that I've seen. And this is of special concern because it is near an ESA as well as a recreational and country residential zoning. None of this is zoned for commercial use. So there are considerable changes in the water needs. I asked what the washroom capacity was in the existing cabins and the existing facilities versus the new. So I can see there's at least 60 plus washrooms. What is new is an irrigation system and of course fire suppression, and that's over and above the laundry services and kitchens for the capacity that the building will now be able to hold. That there's, even in the Carmelite presentations, that they anticipate increased capacity or occupancy in their buildings, and of course the significant disruption to land itself. So what I'm wondering is, in the permit review process, how is impact actually assessed and determined for the overall scope of the project before it's approved? So for example, the traffic and road use, the water supply demand, waste management, those kinds of things. I know that there are land use bylaws, but a lot of those things like the traffic impact study is coming after all of the permits have been granted. So how do you validate decisions at the planner's discretion to determine when there is a significant impact to the area, and recognizing opportunities for improvement in the development review and approval process? If you could identify what land use bylaws have been identified for review through this this particular development. Also, my next question, my last question is just, Ms. Domagen had indicated that there was 2 other permits that were identified as being granted as part of the development process. So 2018 B0449 for the retaining wall, and then 2019 B0198 for the 3-story guest house, chapel, meeting room, and parkade. And I'm wondering if you can provide dates for these, when these permits were approved, and if there was any conditions attached to those permits, and what date the biophysical desktop study was completed. And I'm wondering specifically, did it take into account all phases of this project, or was it just for the initial tree clearing permit that was approved on April 20th, 2018? So those are my questions and concerns for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. So as was indicated, administration will get your contact information and ensure to respond to those questions that you posed. So,
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
thank you for joining us this morning. So with that, we do have 6 minutes before our next, before our first scheduled meeting. So Ms. Swain, we'll move to legislative matters, C1. We'll begin with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to invite Keith Bobie, Manager Engineering Projects, and Sydney Moskalik, Transit and Engineering Project Technician, to present Transportation Utility Bylaw 2021-11. And I believe Mr. Jody Hancock is on the line as well, and they will answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Both Keith and Sydney weren't able to join this morning. They've been otherwise occupied, so I'll give your presentation for you today. I'm hoping you can see and both see and hear me. Good morning. Nice to see everybody. Happy to present the the public transportation utility bylaw today. Administration is looking for support of all the motions that are presented within the report, looking for first, second, third reading of the public transportation utility bylaw update for us today. The purpose of the bylaw is to set the utility charge to recover 50% of the costs of transit that's used to service the Atchison industrial area. In June 2018, Council gave direction to administration to fund transit 50% through the utility bylaw. And of course, this lays out the parameters that we would recover that. Transit service includes one commuter route from Edmonton and an on-demand shuttle service within the Atchison business area. The estimated net cost to deliver service in 2021 is $439,000. 50% of that is $219,500. This sets the rate at 0.09697 for each $1,000 of assessed value. The remainder of the net cost for transit service in 2021 will be funded through taxation to support the existing businesses in Atchison. We've outlined how it meets and follows the strategic plan. There's several of them between guiding principles and broad objectives. I won't read through all of them given our time today. And of course, the financial impact, as I've outlined, is $439,000 total. This sets up the rate to recover $219,500. With that, I will defer back to Mayor and Council for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. And if I can get a mover for the first motion on this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Daryl Hollins, Councillor Division 4. I move that bylaw 2021-11 receive first reading.
Thank you, Councillor Hollins, and open it up for comments or questions. Not seeing any. If you're in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the second motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, it's John McNabb, Councillor Division 5, that bylaw 2021-11 receives second reading.
Comments at second reading? Seeing none, if you're in favor, please raise your hand. That again is carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the third motion for
Yes,
consideration.
Sure. Tracy Melnick, Councillor Division 6. I'll put forward the motion that bylaw 2021-11 be presented to for third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. Those in favor, raise your hand. That is carried. And can I get a mover for the fourth motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Anne-Lisa Jensen, Division 1, and I'll make the motion that bylaw 2021-11 receive third and final reading.
Thank you. And this is final opportunity to comment on the transportation utility bylaw. Not seeing any comments or questions. Those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. We have one final motion with this matter. If I can get a mover, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Division 3, Phyllis Kabasia, move that council approve authorization of electronic signature for bylaw 2021-11 in accordance with section 213 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, please. That is carried. Mr. Hancock, thank you and your staff for compiling and doing the work on this item. Very much appreciated. So with that, we do have under item 5.2 a scheduled public hearing. And so I will call the hearing to order. And this is for bylaw 2021-07. It's redistricting of Northeast and parts of Southwest 34, 52, 26 west of the 4th amendment to land use bylaw 2017-18 and proposed conceptual scheme for section 34, 52, 26 west of the 4th within Atchison Zone 6. So formal records are being kept during these proceedings, and as required under provisions 692 of the Municipal Government Act as amended. Parkland County is holding this hearing to provide an opportunity for the public to provide input and comments on proposed bylaw 2021-07 and section 345226 west of the fourth conceptual scheme. So with this, administration will provide an overview of the bylaw and the amendments that are coming forth. They'll inform members of council of any comments that were received prior to the hearing through written submission. Administration will then be able to respond to any questions that members of council have. Following that, there will be opportunities for presentations from the public. We would ask that those presentations be limited to 10 minutes. If additional time is required, I will turn to council to see if that can be provided. Then there'll be an opportunity for members of council to ask questions of the presenter and as well of administration if they so desire. Once all the presentations are completed, I will ask council if they have enough information to make a decision on the matter. If council does not require any more information, the hearing will be closed. If there is a request for additional information, we'll recess the hearing to a subsequent date. So with that, I will turn it over to administration, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Karen Oxley, current planner, along with support from Stephen Fagernecki, senior planner, current planning, and Nancy Domagen, director of planning and development, are prepared to provide an overview for our 9:30 a.m. public hearing pertaining to bylaw redistricting northeast and parts of southwest 345226 west of the fourth amendment to land use bylaw 2017-18 and proposed conceptual scheme for section 345226 west of the fourth within Atchison Zone 6 and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wayne. I apologize for the long title of that one. I'm just going to attempt to go into screen sharing. I have a bit of a presentation here, so just bear with me. Okay, no, not going to work. Okay, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so good morning, Mayor and Council. Planning Services is before you this morning to present a public hearing for proposed bylaw 2021-07 and a council resolution to accept the section 345226 west of the fourth conceptual scheme. Maybe. The subject lands are located in the southeast quadrant of Highway 16A and Highway 60 interchange and totals approximately 235 hectares or 518 acres in area. The Ranch Golf and Country Club is located in the southeast quarter of the section and although included in the conceptual scheme, has not been included in the development concept planning and shall remain in an agricultural general land use district. The balance of the plan area is largely undeveloped except for an extensive farming operation located in the northwest quarter. The section is encumbered by a number of active, abandoned, and suspended oil and gas well sites and pipelines. Policies within the conceptual scheme ensure appropriate steps are taken in advance of subdivision and development to ensure that these constraints are appropriately mitigated. The section is also included in the industrial frontage overlay along the provincial highway corridors, as well as the industrial commercial area overlay to provide a commercial buffer between development and the existing golf course. Bylaw 2021-07 proposes to amend Parkland County's land use bylaw 2017-18 by redistricting 3 parcels of land within section 345226 west of the fourth. The redistricting will change approximately 94 hectares or 235 acres from the industrial reserve district to the business industrial district and approximately 3.7 hectares or 9.3 acres from the industrial reserve district to the highway commercial industrial corridor district. The parcels subject to the business industrial district are highlighted in lavender and the lands identified for highway commercial industrial corridor district in red on the redistricting map, which is also under screen. The areas in the darker purple color are to remain within the Industrial Reserve District at this time. This amendment will allow the landowners to begin preparing the lands for subdivision and other development activities in accordance with the policies of the county's MDP, the Atchison ASP, and the new conceptual scheme. It is noted that this redistricting is in compliance with the Atchison Industrial Area Structure Plan, which identifies these lands as available for development. The Atchison Industrial Park is identified as a major employment area within the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan. The redistricting is supported by a new conceptual scheme included in the agenda package. Administration is requesting that Council approve this conceptual scheme by resolution, consistent with the direction for this non-statutory plan as set out in the county's municipal development plan. The conceptual scheme is a high-level policy document that is in alignment with the growth plan, the MDP, the Atchison ASP, and provides both direction and flexibility for landowners and developers. Due to the large area considered within the conceptual scheme, it is not intended to lay out the details of lotting. Rather, it works to demonstrate how the lands will be serviced by roads, sanitary, water, and stormwater to ensure efficient construction of infrastructure and to limit redundancies. The policy structure provides a framework to ensure the land uses do not conflict with each other and to ensure that constraints, including oil and gas infrastructure, are appropriately reclaimed and mitigated in accordance with the Alberta Energy Regulator requirements prior to development. The implementation plan breaks the area into 4 development cells, as you can see on the screen. These development cells have been drawn to reflect the different ownership groups, which accommodate policies specific to each cell and allow individual owners to pursue development of their own independent timelines and allows response to market conditions. Following first reading on March 23rd, the bylaw and conceptual scheme were referred and advertised as per legislative requirements. No comments opposing the proposed redistricting or the content within the conceptual scheme was received. It is noted that the conceptual scheme was submitted and prepared under the previous Atchison bylaw 2018-31. Administration has worked closely with the 2 applicant proponents and their consulting team in developing this conceptual scheme to meet the needs of the proposed development consistent with the requirements set out within the county's MDP and the Atchison ASP. The plan is fully supported by administration with no recommended revisions. In closing, administration recommends council to support bylaw 2021-07 based on the following rationales. The proposed amendments are in alignment with the policies of the Atchison Industrial Area Structure Plan. The proposed amendments are in alignment with the goals and objectives of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan. The proposed conceptual scheme provides a framework for development and the long-term build-out of the section. And the conceptual scheme is in alignment with the land use bylaw and considers both the Atchison Industrial Commercial Area and the industrial frontage overlays. That concludes my presentation. Mr. Fedronecki and myself would be pleased to answer any questions. The proponent for the application, Mr. Nick Price, representing V3 Consulting, does not have a formal presentation, however, is available to respond to any questions of council. Thank you. I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Ms. Oxley, for that overview. And I will turn it over to members of council and see if there's any questions for administration. And I am not seeing any. And Mr. Price, Ms. Oxley said you do not have a presentation, but I'll certainly provide you an opportunity if you so choose to make any comments during this public hearing. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. We have no presentation. I think Karen did an excellent job at covering everything. Happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions that council has of the consultant at this time? And I am not seeing any. So I will ask council if they believe they have enough information to make a decision on this matter, and or whether there is any additional information required. Councillor Melnick.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just taking a look at the list of people potentially wanting to speak in today's hearings. And we do have that a Carolyn Cooper did not specify which public hearing. Just wanting to know if there's anybody else from the public that was wanting to speak.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. I'm not seeing Ms. Cooper on here, but I will ask for members of the public who are online right now, if you do want to speak to this public hearing, if I can get you to use the raise hand function, or simply unmute yourself and identify your desire to speak. And I do need to inform everybody this is the only time and opportunity you have to speak on this matter is during this public hearing. And I do not see any member of the public or any other additional presenters coming forward. So with that, once again, any additional information required, or is council comfortable with closing the hearing? So I'm seeing agreement to close the hearing. So the hearing is closed, and we do have 4 motions proposed with this item. If I can get a mover for the first motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Darrell Hollins, Division 4. I move that council approve the section 345226 West of 4 conceptual scheme as presented.
Thank you. I'll open it up for discussion and debate. I'll just make one comment. I appreciate the work that the consultants and administration have done on this. This is opening up a new area in the Atchison Industrial Park. And certainly I see tremendous opportunity for Parkland County to recognize new growth in this area. And in a very challenging time we're facing now, moving hopefully soon to the post-pandemic recovery, and also addressing some of the economic challenges we've had with the downturn in the economy. I see great opportunities here, and I'm excited as we move forward on this. So if there's no further comments on first reading, those members in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the second motion.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, the bylaw 2021-07 received second reading.
Comments or questions on second reading from members of council? Not seeing any. If you're in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried unanimously. Can I get a mover for the third motion, please?
Yes, Tracy Melnick, Councillor, Division 6. I'll put forward the motion that bylaw 2021-07 receive third and final reading.
And final opportunity for comments. Not seeing any. If you're in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. One final motion attached to this item. If I can get a mover, please.
Councillor Annalisa Jensen, Division 1. I'll make the motion that council approve authorization of electronic signature for bylaw 2021-07 in accordance with section 213 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. Those in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Swain, we'll move back to item C2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to invite Jeff Dyke, Chief Financial Officer, to present the Atchison Water Special Tax Bylaw 2021-12 and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. Mr. Mayor, members of council. The 1998 Atchison Industrial Area Long-Range Water Plan recommended replacing the existing water service line charge with a special levy, which will be applied against all lots capable of benefiting from general water supply and for water supply for fire protection services. The water line service charge was eliminated in 1999 fiscal year and replaced with a special levy, which can only be collected through a bylaw passed on an annual basis. The rate for 2021 will be $0.3616 for each $1,000 of assessed value to a maximum assessed value of $5 million. With that, the proposed motions are before you for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Can I get a mover for the first motion, please?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Phyllis Kabasiak, Division 3, I move that bylaw 2021-12 receive first reading.
Thank you, and opening up for comments or questions. Councillor Kabasiak.
Mr. Chair, I just had a question with regard to the new water rate and just looking at comparison for last year's rate or the previous year's rate.
Mr. Mayor, to you and through you, happy to answer that question. Last year's rate was 0.3695, so it's a 2.18% reduction in the current year.
Any additional questions from members of council? Not seeing any. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of this motion. And any opposed? Councillor Jensen, are you in favor of the motion? I believe Councillor Jensen may be having issues with her volume. Give me 1 second. I need to send a text to Councillor Jensen to see, in fact, whether she is able to participate. If not, we may have to take a recess. So Councillor Jensen is having some challenges on this. I will just ask her if she is in favor of this item. Actually, Councillor Jensen is now exited. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Before I do, Councillor Melnick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we do still have quorum. We could go through the components if we need to. If the rest of council believe we can carry on, we do have quorum.
I do recognize that. I would like to have an opportunity for Councillor Jensen to participate in this. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, I will call the meeting back to order. I do see all members of council are back. Councillor Jensen, we just want to do a test, confirm that you can hear us and that we can hear you.
I can hear you now, yeah. Sorry, my screen keeps freezing, and then when it comes back, there's no volume, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Thank you. So we did have the motion put forward for the first motion from Councillor Kabasiak. I'll just look again, any comments or questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. And that is carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the second motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Darrell Hollins, Division 4. I move that bylaw 2021-14 receive second reading.
Thank you. Comments or questions on second reading? Councillor McNabb.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that Councillor Holland said 2021-14. We should maybe look at 2021-12.
Thank you. Good catch, Councillor McNabb. So Councillor Hollins.
I said 14, I meant 12. Bylaw 2021-12.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments or questions? Question for administration. Mr. Dyke, you had indicated that the special water tax here is based on the assessed value. And so I'm assuming that no consideration is given to the volume of water consumed. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, to you and through you, that is correct. This is a levy associated with infrastructure, and Mr. McGowan may also be able to elaborate on that as well. So it's the associated with the infrastructure needs associated with giving the potential to provide the service to the lots. A good example would be fire flows. They need the ability to be serviced at a higher level rate than other residents would with their commercial operations.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions from members of council? Seeing none, raise your hand if you're in favor, please. That is carried unanimously. Get a mover for the third motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, that bylaw 2021-12 be presented at this meeting for third reading.
Those in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried. Councillor Melnick, do you want to bring forth the fourth motion, please?
Yes, I will. Councillor Melnick, Division 6, I'll move that bylaw 2021-12 receive third and final reading.
Thank you. Final opportunity for members of council to comment or question. Not seeing any. Those in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried unanimously. And we have one final motion on this item.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Lisa Jensen, Division 1, and I will make the motion that council approve authorization of electronic signature for bylaw 2021-12 in accordance with section 213 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. Those in favor, please raise your hand. That is carried. And we'll start with items C3, recognizing we have a couple minutes before we go to our next scheduled appointment at 10. Over to Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff Dyke is also prepared to present the tax rate bylaw 2021-14 and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. Mr. Mayor, members of council. On April 13th, 2021, council approved a revised budget, which resulted in a net municipal tax levy requirement of $63,032,400. This levy, as well as the required tax levies for the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre, Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, Designated Industrial Property, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Seniors Foundation, and education requisitions result in a total levy requirement of $95,121,350. It is important to note that the municipality has no control over the education taxes. The municipality is only responsible for levying them. With that, the proposed motions are before you for consideration.
Thank you very much. So we will move to the public hearing. So when we come back to this item, we'll entertain a mover for the first motion. But we do have under item 5.3 a scheduled public hearing. It's to reconvene the public hearing from March the 9th. So I will reconvene the public hearing for bylaw 2021-03. Again, we will be keeping formal records of these proceedings, and in accordance to section 24, subsection 4 of the Municipal Government Act as amended, this hearing is held to provide an opportunity for public comment on proposed bylaw 2021-03. So some
Mr.
additional
Mayor?
information. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Lisa Jensen, Division 1, and I'll just announce here that I will abstain from voting on the bylaws. I was absent from the first part of the hearing on March 9th.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jensen. So Councillor Jensen, because she was not participating in the first part of this hearing, will not be involved with this matter. So as I mentioned, there was additional information requested from council. So during this portion, we will have administration provide that additional information. There'll be opportunities for individuals to make additional comments. I do believe we have a representative from Camp Hee-Ho-Ha and other parties that wish to speak on this. Once those presentations are made, members of council will have an opportunity to ask questions of all the presenters, including administration. If council believes they have enough information to make a decision on this matter, we'll close the hearing. If further information is required, we'll recess the hearing again to a subsequent date and reconvene at an identified time. So with that, I will turn it over to administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jody Hancock, Director, Engineering Services, has joined us to present an overview of the public hearing bylaw 2021-03 road closure and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Happy to present the road closure bylaw to you today. We are seeking that the proposed motion that we're seeking is that bylaw 2021-03 receive first reading. And as introduced by the mayor, this is a reconvened public hearing from March 9th, 2021. Administration's recommendation on the motion is that the motion be supported with the condition that the road closure for purpose of lease, so that would be the lease agreement that's associated with the approval, include a condition to construct a turnaround as identified in option 1 below. And I will further outline what option 1 is and how we came to that finding. To Ms. Williams, for screen sharing of the presentation, if I can refer you to attachment 6, that's probably the most recognizable one. There's a lot of attachments with this road closure. So if we could share that one, and if we go to page 4 of attachment 6, that would be the best one. And I'll give you a half a second to catch up. Perfect, thank you. So administration, as I mentioned, first presented this bylaw on March 9th, 2021. During the hearing, there were some area residents that brought forward concerns with the proposed road closure. The residents' concerns were related to the proposed turnaround at an existing access, which in their opinion was considered inadequate. The residents also identified use of their driveways as a turnaround location. And although this was a pre-existing concern, it's believed that the road closure will further increase this undesired activity. The council recessed the hearing to today, April 27th, and directed administration to review the current proposal, meet with area residents, meet with the applicant, and then return to council with potential solutions that were a little bit more satisfactory to all involved. On March 26, 2021, administration met on site with area residents. All COVID protocols in place. We maintained our social distancing, but did have a very good meeting with the area residents. The folks that are registered to speak today on the item were a few of the members that attended that meeting today. Open and transparent discussion was held with residents to better understand their concerns and to seek options that may alleviate their concerns. On the same day, we met with the applicant. We relayed, again, what we heard from the residents, also what we understood and heard from council during the initial public hearing meeting. And then we worked with them to find some solutions that we thought were suitable. The lack of a suitable turnaround was the point of focus, and that became our area that we developed the solutions around. There are two options that were derived from our conversation. You can see them here on the screen. Option one was to construct a turnaround approximately 100 meters prior to the gate. So that would be west of the gate along the access road into Camp Hihoha. This would be constructed as a hammerhead style turnaround. And if you could go to page 10 of 10 on this same attachment. So in the bottom right, you can see a depiction of what a hammerhead turnaround is for those that aren't familiar with it. It's basically the ability to pull in, back out, and then come back the way that you came. The previous location where the existing access is immediately adjacent to the gate did not provide space for this movement to occur. The turnaround would be designed and constructed to Parkland County standards and would allow for a truck and a trailer to effectively turn around prior to reaching the closed portion of the roadway. Option two, if we could go to page 6 of 10 of the same attachment. Sorry, one more up from that. 5, I guess it is. And I'm wrong. Sorry, maybe page 7. And one more down from that, 8. My apologies. So option 2 was to use an existing approach to pull off of the roadway at the edge of the property and into the cleared area. This would allow for a turnaround to occur on private property that does not affect area residents that are currently concerned and provides a large space for vehicles to maneuver outside of the road right of way. Administration supports option 1. It allows for a new approach to be constructed within right of way with a small extension of the turnaround into the leased area. The location is prior to the gate and is separate and distinct from the residential driveways. This option is similar to what was presented March 9th, 2021. However, as the new turnaround is spaced farther away from the gate, it provides opportunities to pull in, back out, as I'd mentioned. Signage would need to be installed to appropriately mark the location of the preferred turnaround area. Costs incurred to construct this approach at a high level estimate would be around $10,000 to $12,000. I will note that this is a conservative number for representation, just to understand order of magnitude of what this ask or this requirement would be. Expectations are that all costs would be funded by the applicant. However, there are opportunities to support the work with in-kind resources. An example of that would be in-house design, where we have the tools and the system and the people that can put a design together fairly quickly and efficiently and save some time and energy for Camp Hihoha. There may be opportunities with 2021 construction season where there may be some salvaged materials that we could also offer from other projects in near vicinity. Referring to option 2, administration does not support option 2. It places turnaround movements immediately in front of the residents that have expressed concern. It involves additional area residents in the solution. Those would be residents on the south side of the roadway. You can see the small rectangular area south of the property, immediately west of the open space for turnaround. That is a leased road allowance that is used by up to 8 residents in the area. The turnaround area is placed on land that is not graded or structurally sound, meaning that it's not gravelled, it's not a prepared surface. Ongoing use of the turnaround would create some rutting and some damage in the area. This would likely be an operational challenge for road maintenance to maintain, certainly more than option one. Costs for this option are minimal. It makes use of an existing approach. The cost would entail moving of a gate and a fence and a little bit of landscaping work, but not much more than that. Again, a high level cost estimate for that would be $3,000 to $5,000. Expectations are all costs would be funded by the applicant. In addition to the turnaround, what we found in the conversations with the residents is it's not isolated to just the road closure and what's happening at the camp and the turnaround. There are a number of other concerns that we flagged through conversations. You know, in the discussions, there were a few potential improvements to the directional signage in the area that could help guide motorists. The residents provided feedback that they believe some traffic are lost trying to access the lake. It's not isolated to summertime. Again, one may falsely assume that traffic is in the area in the summer, but it's also those in the winter trying to get to the lake for ice fishing or other winter activities. So there is no public access beyond intersection 1. And if I can refer to, I think it's page 2 of this same attachment, Ms. Williams. So when I refer, yeah, this is good. Intersection 2 is the north intersection. Intersection 1 is the south intersection that you can see on this page. And you can see lake access. That is the existing location of a boat launch to access Lake Isle. So once motorists travel north of intersection 1, they're at a point where there is no access to the lake and there's no exit from the area other than a turnaround and coming back from where you came. What we would propose is putting additional signage at intersection 1 that would provide positive messaging to guide motorists to where they could access the lake if that's what they were trying to do, and to add some additional signage at both intersection 1 and intersection 2 that clearly demarcates no exit. The signage is a little bit sporadic in the area, it's a little bit inconsistent, and we would look to clean that up through a sign inventory and sign update package. Administration would recommend that these signage improvements occur with or without approval of the road closure. We see that as an improvement for the area motorists, whether they're residents in the area or residents from outside the area trying to access the lake. Costs would be managed through existing operational budgets and managed by county forces. With respect to comments made on general traffic and pedestrian safety at the last meeting, the roadway north of intersection 1 is currently posted at 25 kilometers per hour. The roadway and adjacent ditches are relatively flat with clear sight lines in all directions, particularly when considering that the speed limit is 25 kilometers per hour. There were no immediate concerns identified during the site inspection on March 26th, with the exception of reflective material and the warning signage on the gate, which will be a condition to upgrade prior to physical closure of the gate. As the gate remains open, it's not an imminent concern to address, but again, as I mentioned, it does need reflective material and it will be required prior to permanent closure of that gate. The rest of the report that was presented to council is the background history. I won't go through the full detail of the history, but I'm prepared to answer any questions should there be any. I'm aware that Mr. Nielsen, who's the representative of Kampihoha, is prepared to speak today. He has a letter that's part of the attachments. I believe it's attachment 7. I will leave his letter for him to speak to, and I won't quote or go to that for council, but I'm prepared to answer questions on that as well. And there is, I believe, a second letter that was received after the publishing of the council date. I hope that all of council has that. It's from Hank von Gelder that outlines a number of items. Hank was one of the residents that we met with on site on March 26th, if I have the date right. His comments, and I'll quote a couple because he's not here to speak. We have no objection to the road closure. We have no issue with the gate and the location of the gate. But they do have concerns about the visibility of the gate. As I mentioned, we're going to have that addressed. He does not favor a turnaround constructed immediately in front of lot 38, which would be option 2 or in the vicinity of option 2. They would like to see turnarounds constructed in other locations. They are supportive of additional signage to manage some of the local traffic a little bit better. And then they added another comment that they would like to see the county consider installing signs similar to children playing, or something identifying that it is a recreation area and that there are pedestrians or there's people on the roadway that maybe other places, other roadways, they wouldn't have that same level of activity. So again, that's a very brief summary of Hank's letter as well. And again, prepared to answer any questions. So with that, I'll turn it back to council. I'm sure that we'll want to hear from the area residents or from Campejoja that are registered to speak. And I'll stop there, and hopefully I've covered everything the council needs.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. And before I open it up to council to see if there's questions of administration at this point. So you did mention there is the one attached letter, attachment number 7 from Campejoja. The other letter was circulated to members of council. Was there any other further submissions that were provided since the publication? I just wanted to confirm that.
We have had other emails that have gone back and forth. The letter that is attached from Campejoja is the latest correspondence that we had in talking with Mr. Nielsen, and hopefully he agrees with me that this is the latest correspondence that he wanted included with the report here in front of council today. We did have other emails, but again, they were not emails that we were including within the report. I hope I am adequately covering that off, but there may be other comments that come out.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hancock. So I'll open it up to members of council, see if there's any questions at this point for Mr. Hancock or other members of administration. And I'm not seeing any. So I am able to identify Mr. Cameron and Miss Cooper on here. There is one phone number, so it doesn't identify the individual. The phone number ends in 277. I will just check to see if that is Mr. Nielsen, or if whoever is on that extension ending in the 3 numbers 277. Can you just unmute and identify yourself, please?
And oh, looks like they're unmuted.
Hello there.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I've had some issues getting into the meeting, so I joined late. Yeah, it is Greg Nielsen from Campejoja.
Okay. Mr. Nielsen, the floor is yours. I'll provide you an opportunity to make any comments you want to at the hearing here now. So go ahead, please.
Okay, I just wanted to thank Honorable Mayor Shagic and council members for the opportunity to be here and to address Mr. Hancock. That was the latest and only communication, the email I sent, so there was no additional information. I'm assuming it went to council and they've had an opportunity to look through it, so I'm not going to go through it piece by piece, but just in general, I want to thank the work that's been done since the last meeting, in meeting with Linda Murtha and Jody Hancock for the site visit. I really appreciate you taking the time to come out and see exactly what we have here. Very much appreciated. I would like to thank the county for conducting the survey that was done between Campejoja lease and the adjacent road allowance and property, private properties. It was much appreciated and certainly revealed some interesting details of how the land's being used on the southwest property. The first thing I want to mention, and I didn't really clearly communicate that in the first meeting, it's my opinion that the number of lost and oversized vehicles, both recreational and utility, whether it be power or otherwise, entering the area in question is certainly minimal and infrequent. That's all year round. I mean, obviously in summer, if we're talking about an RV that might be coming down here, that's going to be more apt to enter in the months of June and July. But Oversized traffic is there's not a lot of vehicles coming down in the area year round. So I just wanted to mention that. I know we haven't done a traffic study or anything like that, but in the last month since the meeting, the gate's been open. And I haven't had a lot of vehicles in the facility, which has been encouraging. I don't know exactly why, but regular vehicles are oversized. I haven't seen a lot of vehicles come in, which has been good. I did hear Mr. Hancock refer to the additional proposed signage in the locations, both 1 and 2, entering the no exit down into the lake area and to Camp Yeehaw, and I think that would certainly aid in reducing the number of oversized vehicles once again. I do agree from the first meeting that an oversized turnaround needs to exist to address those safety concerns. I'm all for that. As we addressed in the last meeting in the original application, the existing turnaround that's located at the gate, just west of the gate, last summer was dealing with 99% of the traffic. Mr. Cameron did allude to some vehicles that were backing up and turning around in his driveway, and I'm not disputing whether that occurred or not. Through the original application, Parkland County deemed through fire and road maintenance that the existing turnaround at the gate would service their vehicles as well, which is positive. So as I mentioned, it is accommodating a large number of the vehicles, and it would be those, oversized vehicles that we don't have a safe place for them to turn around in. So I do agree that we do need something more. The 2 proposals, I'm not going to go through them in detail. I know Mr. Hancock outlined some of them. For me, I think really the cost and the existing land that exists there with the approach is the huge key. County administration identified $10,000 to $12,000 for construction costs on the approach closer to the gate, and 3 to 5 for the existing one in the open field. Some of the concerns with the approach construction closer to the gate is additional clearing that would need to be done on the land. I had a representative from Alberta Sustainable Resources out, and they're certainly not a fan of us clearing more land on their lease. So that was brought to my attention as well. So they certainly favor the option of the existing field. The other thing is it's not a flat area where we're proposing. The one proposal was to go up to the north. It's rising elevation, and it actually enters an open space that's used for our programs to the north as well. So to date, I have no details of the required size from county administration, so I don't know how far back up that hammerhead's going to have to go and whether it'll actually open up into another access into the leased land. So I don't know what the dimensions are. I don't know how big the approach will have to be. I don't have those details at that point, so I can't speak to that 100%. I don't know how we're going to address Mr. Cameron's concern, and I certainly want to address the adjacent landowner's concern, but what I heard from him in the last meeting is most traffic is not going past the corner. They're choosing to turn around in his driveway. So I don't know how this is going to serve the landowners there if it's their belief that most of the vehicles are turning around before they enter the lease. And this might be one reason that we consider the turnaround across from the properties that if in fact that is what's happening, most people are choosing not to go around the corner into the leased property and turning around on Mr. Cameron's driveway, then having an option there that's not on his driveway might be a viable solution. So I want to make sure that the problem of vehicles not using their driveway is eliminated. And I mean, if the turnaround isn't on the edge of the leased property, I don't know how that problem gets addressed, because obviously a lot of people don't follow signage, whether it be, no unauthorized traffic or no exit. People continue to pass those signs. So that would be one reason that I would consider, or I would hope council would consider the open and existing field that exists there. And it really, just costs. I think substantial cost to Camp Yeehaw to build the turnaround closer to the gate in this economic climate is certainly challenging. I know administration clearly shared with me in their on-site visit, as well as I heard a piece in the meeting that all costs would fall on the shoulders of Camp Yuha, which I totally understand. This is our application and our requirements, so the existing turnaround is certainly preferential. Mr. Hancock claimed that the land has not been landscaped, the southwest option. Mr. Witzler has been using that approach and that entrance for, well, 3 decades since I've been here, so I know it's well packed. Would it need to be gravelled and fenced? Absolutely. Would be something that camp would be responsible for? Totally, I understand that. But I would have to debate that I think that approach and that land is well prepared for a turnaround. It's flat and it's solid. So I do understand that the landowners across the way, out of sight, out of mind would be preferential for them. But as I mentioned earlier, I don't believe the volume of traffic is going to interrupt their enjoyment of their property there. I really don't. And according to Mr. Cameron, people have been turning around on his driveway as it is. So having people turning around on the opposite driveway or the opposite approach would be desirable. As well as my intention is the existing approach that was in the original application, that will not change. And I know that it addressed 99% of the traffic last summer while the gate was closed, other than those people that turned around in Mr. Cameron's driveway as he shared with us. Other than that, I don't have a lot to say. I do understand that we do need another option, something a little bit bigger for bigger traffic. And through the site visit and through the survey, I think there's a great option that exists that's going to cost very little and no expense to county taxpayers or county administration, as well as Camp Yuha. So that's really all I have to share at this point, and I appreciate you once again getting together and considering our options. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. Any questions for Mr. Nielsen or administration from the comments that we just heard? Councilor Kabasiak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In his comments, Mr. Hancock did indicate that with the cost, there could be some reduction if there were in-kind considerations, and that we might have some available resources from other projects that might have salvage material that could be available to cut costs. How close would we be able to come to just having a zero final consideration on this project if we were able to use salvage products and in kind? To Mr. Hancock.
So I can speak to that. You know, the quote that's there, again, I'll reiterate that it's a conservative number. You know, it's easier to say it's going to be more and come in less than to say it's less and then come in more and scramble to find the money. So again, it's on the higher end of what it would really cost to put in what we're talking about. The second consideration is, you know, I'm thinking about it from a perspective of the county going out and hiring a contractor and hiring somebody to do that work. Some of the in-kind could come from Camp Yuha providing the resources or the equipment to move some gravel around, to cut the trees down, to grade some of the topsoil and move that out. So that in-kind can be looked at from two perspectives. I think when we look at surplus gravel that we're pulling off of a site, if it costs us more to move it back to our gravel pits than it does to move it to this location, then that may be an opportunity. So again, I don't want to provide a number of what we think the in-kind will be. It matters when the construction is occurring and what's happening. You know, it could be a small reduction in the amount, and we'll be happy to work with them and where we can to reduce the number as much as we can. There was a comment that I will add maybe on the design of the hammerhead turnaround itself, and concern that it will go too far north of the roadway, that it'll actually open into an open space. If that were to occur, we would make sure that we had wood posts or bullards or something blocking the way so that you couldn't use that as another access or a back door into the area. So we'd certainly work with Camp Hee-Ho-Ha on making sure that we were building a turnaround and nothing more, that it didn't become a backdoor entry into the area.
Any additional questions from other members of council? I'm not seeing any. So we do have at least 2 members of the public here who have indicated their desire to speak at this public hearing. So I will ask Ms. Caroline Cooper, please unmute your mic. And if you would like to make your comments and presentations for this public hearing, please.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. No, I may be on the wrong day, but I was wondering about the rezoning proposal and what's happening with the industrial development on Pinchbeck Road. If that's something that's being addressed today.
So I believe that was the public hearing that was scheduled at 9:30 and has completed and has been closed, and council has made the decision on that.
Okay, thanks.
You're very welcome. Mr. Cameron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can we hear me? Good.
Yes, go ahead.
So yes, I support the option 1. I think that'll cause the issue of the turnaround to be resolved. Option 2, obviously, I do not support. That still leaves the issue in front of our residents, Mr. Doherty's residents and Mr. Van Gelder's residents, and it also brings into play Mr. Witzler and his consortium of owners south of the road. That's something I don't know if we want to involve Mr. Witzler in. He's been quite militant about the use of that road allowance that he's leased through the years, and he considers that property to be sacrosanct, so I wouldn't recommend opening up that can of worms. The only thing that I would comment on is that with the camp's complaints about costs, I understand there's ways of mitigating option 1, but I think they had to understand when they chose unilaterally to place the gate where they did, they considered created a situation that required a turnaround to be constructed. That was certainly something that they were advised of earlier on. And if they had put that gate further back where the landscaping area is, where the natural turnaround is, where everybody has been turning around large vehicles with trailers, it's flat, it's wide open, it's well within the existing road allowance. It would have been a simple solution to what has turned into a big problem. So again, I would oppose option 2. I support option 1. And the only other thing that might be beneficial in terms of the signage, if they plan on putting new signage at the entrance to the camp property, if it's identified that there's a turnaround ahead, which is similar to what happened with the trailer park that's immediately west of us, I think it's called Poplar Springs, they had to build a circular turnaround in front of their gate, and they were at the end of a dead end. There is a sign there, as I recall, that identifies that there's a circular turnaround ahead, and that's what everybody's used to turn around on. I think it's Range Road 56, which is a mile west, and it works, and it's certainly not been a problem there. So why would it be a problem to properly sign the turnaround that's going to be available at the Hammerhead next to the existing placement the camp's chosen for this gate? And the last thing is that, talking to members of our community, there's an ongoing concern with public access to these lands continuing, primarily for pedestrian traffic, for walking. The walking trails that are there have been used for well over 30 years. Most people walk their dogs. I'm one of them. We used to use the road allowance going back and forth the length of the area for walking animals, for going for walks, for going for nature walks. We just like something to confirm that that access is still going to be available. I know the camp has expressed support for that, but interested to note that we haven't seen the actual lease that's involved for these lands being disclosed, although it seems to be a prerequisite for the camp to be qualified as an adjoining landowner. My request to see the lease, which certainly shouldn't be a secret document, has been refused. I've been told that its record of the lease was erased. I've been told that we can make our own application. Certainly, I think the lease should be first and foremost in front of council as part of this consideration, considering that the application to close a road allowance requires the camp to basically prove that they're an adjoining landowner, and the only way it makes them an adjoining landowner here is this lease. And we're all interested in the community to see what the public access conditions are for that lease. So those would be my submissions. I thank council and the mayor for the opportunity to make them.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. I'll look to members of council. They have questions for Mr. Cameron or administration based on his presentation. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. So to administration, is there a reason why that you're aware of as to why a lease would not be made available?
Yes, there is through the mayor to Councillor Melnick. The lease is not, Parkland County is not a party to the lease. We didn't sign the lease. We're not, associated with the lease. The Camp Yeehaw and Alberta Environment are the two signees to the lease, as I understand, and we're not a member of it, so it's not ours to share.
No, I was wanting to know if there was a comment as to why possibly Alberta Environment or I guess Mr. Nielsen, you would be online as well if you wanted to comment as to the reason why you wouldn't, the lease wouldn't be shared.
Is my mic open?
Yes, go ahead if you want to respond to that, Mr. Nielsen.
Yeah, sure, I will. Specifically to the lease. So the lease was sent to Linda Murtha, so the county does have access to the lease agreement. And Sustainable Resource was on site not long ago. And secondly, to Mr. Cameron's point, I believe this is a road closure issue and not a lease access issue, but I might be totally wrong. But yes, in consultation with Sustainable Resource and Development, it was clearly established that camp has leased these 102 acres for the purpose of executing their camp programs, and that is what the lease entails. As far as public access, public access needs to be limited for the safety of our campers, for our guests, to incorporate our programs, to have ATVs, snowmobiles, quads coming in and accessing this lease when I have disabled campers on site running programs, et cetera, is not appropriate and never was the intention of this lease. So that's as much as I'm going to speak to the lease as far as Mr. Cameron's concerned. I think it kind of alludes to, Mr. Cameron wants access to this lease land, but, we're not looking to access Mr. Cameron's land through the road allowance, those types of things that clearly these private properties are built on. I'm not sure why this is becoming an issue all of a sudden. I really don't know, but that's all I'm going to speak to the lease right now, Council.
Thank you.
Any further comments from members of council? I am not seeing any. And I'm looking at the screen. I don't believe we have anybody else registered to speak to this public hearing, but I will provide an opportunity if there are individuals, if you can use the raise hand function or unmute yourself and identify who you are and comment on the proposed road closure here. And I am not seeing any other individuals come forward. So I will ask members of council if they feel they have enough information, if I can close the public hearing, or if additional information is required, I'll ask members of council to ask administration for that now. So I believe council is satisfied. If you are satisfied that you have enough information, just please raise your hand. So all members of council participating on this have identified they have enough information to make a decision on this matter. So I will close the hearing. We'll go to the motion before us on this. If I can get a mover for that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Phyllis Kabasic, Division 3. I move that bylaw 2021-03 receive first reading.
And opening up for comments. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of the participants, the camp and the residents and administration for actually going back there and trying to make a workable solution or a more favorable solution. I know it's not always perfect for everybody, but our aim is always to try to find something that may be a bit more workable. So thanks a lot.
Any additional comments from members of council? Councillor Kabasic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too appreciate the staff time and coming towards some solution. I just want to compliment Camp Keoha for their efforts in providing programs for disabled people right across Alberta and the country. It's a void in service provision that they've been able to fill successfully for many years. And I think the intention is overall safety, and we don't want vandalism in the area. And I appreciate that they've been able to work with residents to come up with some solution, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to be good neighbors and work in harmony to provide services and live in that community and enjoy their property. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any final comments from other members of council? I just want to thank Mr. Hancock and Ms. Murtha for going out to site and engaging in those conversations with the residents. As it was stated, I believe there is an amicable solution found here. And if we have an opportunity as a municipality to provide some of that in-kind servicing to a social agency such as Camp Keoha that provides those opportunities for inclusive opportunities for individuals throughout Alberta, I certainly support that. So if there's no further comments or questions, please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move to item 5.4. It was a scheduled point for 10:30. I apologize for the delay in this, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Swain for introduction, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Chief Financial Officer, Jeff Dyke, is prepared to provide an overview and introduction for our 10:30 appointment with Metric Group LLP and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. Mr. Mayor, members of council, on December 9th, 2020, the province of Alberta approved Order in Council 386-202, dissolving the village of Wabman into Parkland County, effective January 1, 2021. Please welcome Stephen Weber, manager at Metrics Group, who will present the Village of Wabman's 2020 financial statements. Mr. Weber, please proceed with the presentation.
Excellent. Good morning. Am I expecting video to come up here? Oh, there we go. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Just so I'm aware of how much detail and where to point along the lines, does everyone have copies of both the audited financial statements and the management letter, or the audit findings report in front of them? Excellent. So I'm going to try and do this maybe slightly different than I normally would, as you guys aren't maybe necessarily as familiar with the day-to-day activities and are obviously more interested in what you're taking over at that point in time and what's concerning you moving forward. So if I miss or skip past anything that you're of interest or want to hear about, by all means, stop me, ask me questions at the end. I'm happy to dive into any extra detail that you deem fit. So the first thing I always like to start off with is just on right inside the front cover on the independent auditors report. I'm sure you guys see this with your own financials, but I always like to draw attention to the opinion paragraphs and anything outlining in there, and just give you the reassurance that we found no issues. We had no problem with management once again. I've been personally managing this audit for about 6 years now and have never had any difficulties with both the team or the financials or the numbers or any fraud or anything like that. So just on that front, it's always a clean bill of health, and you can rest easy knowing that we had no issues on that front. So jumping to the actual numbers, if you want to start with the statement of financial position, I believe that should be number 3, page number 3 in the statements. Again, you'll notice that receivables was about flat from last year. Most of that is made up of 3 numbers. So there's the MSI capital funding for projects that had occurred in 2020 that is still receivable. This was roughly 377,000 of the balance. Another 225,000 was the federal gas tax for similar purposes. And then another 185,000 of that balance was to do with a lot sale from the Osprey Estates, which is again something I'll touch on a little more detail further in the next line. But between those 3 numbers, which are very standard and shouldn't be too surprising, that makes up a vast majority of the balance. The one thing I do want to point out, and I'll go into more detail in the audit findings report, just now that you guys are kind of taking over the village, is the federal gas tax. They haven't really received any payments or any of the funds in about 1.5 years now. I'm not sure why. All the reporting looks standard. I think it's just a matter of maybe projects or following up. So that just maybe some housekeeping. And for all I know, we did our subsequent events up to the end of January, and that's when kind of the Village of Wabamun bank statements themselves kind of closed out and Parkland County took over. I still tried to keep in touch with Lindsay and follow up on any collections of that kind of stuff, but the last I had checked, that hadn't been received yet. As far as MSI capital, all that's funneled through, and the sale of the lot was received in January, so that's already been collected. So moving on to the next line, the land helper resale. Most of that is to do with that Osprey Estates. Just to clarify, this does not include any infrastructure, water, sewer, anything like that. This was just site preparation and clearing and getting the lots ready for sale. There was a small decrease, as mentioned. There was 1 sale in 2020. No significant cost. Most of the costs have been finalized and finished and wrapped up as of about 2019. So that's why you're seeing a small decrease there. I'm not going to go into too much detail with the payables. There was nothing significant. Everything's pretty standard in that regard. Most of it at year end actually is due to Parkland County. So that's already been paid. Deferred revenue mostly made up of 2 grants, the coal transition grant and an ACP grant. Both were in progress and had been worked down. The last year's balances combined for those 2 grants was about 360,000. And the 2 of them combined this year was about 196. So it's just a matter of the program. The project's progressing and working their way down. I'm assuming you guys are taking over those now, so I'm not 100% sure if you guys are still working with those or what the plan is, but that would be more on your decision-making process at this stage. TCA, very minimal additions in the year. Again, not a whole lot of spending. There was a water and sewer repair and a storm improvement, combining for about 500,000 between the 2 of them. Most of that was high pressure valve replacements around the village. Other than that, very minimal and just a decrease due to amortization. So not a whole lot to talk about in the TCA front. Before I jump to the income statement, any questions or concerns about the balance sheet? It's pretty straightforward, but excellent. So again, similar, I'm just going to kind of talk about some of the, rather than dig into the super details because nobody's that familiar. Sales and user charges, if you're wondering why there's kind of some fluctuations between budget and last year, the majority of that is again due to those lot sales. They don't budget for the lot sales because they're very unpredictable. This year had 1, or I should say it's this year for me, 2020 had 1, which was around $180,000, which is why you're seeing that increase over budget. And the decrease compared to last year is because they actually sold 2 in 2019. So very standard on that front. Utilities and everything are very flat, very predictable, not a whole lot of fluctuation going on there. Taxes, again, very similar. The government transfers for operating, the only reason there's really a fluctuation there is just because they had kind of planned to get those projects done that I had mentioned with deferred, but obviously didn't quite get to the end of those. So most of that decrease from budget is just the fact that they didn't spend the entire project grant funding, and it's just being carried forward to next year. No other real surprises. The only other thing, it's again smaller dollars now, but you'll notice the other revenue is higher. Most of that is related to an insurance claim at the lift station. One of the pieces of equipment broke and they were fully covered by insurance, so it ended up in there. Jumping down to expenses, the majority of the general admin is, I hate to use it because it's kind of just a blanket this year, but it was general decrease due to COVID. Lots of training didn't happen, staff engagement, whether it's different meetings or stuff like that. They did plan to hire an additional position, but due to COVID slightly, and then later in the year, due to the fact that Parkland County was planning to take over, that position never ended up being hired. So that's why you're seeing that decrease from budget. As far as the roads go, the only real significant increase over budget would be there was about a $65,000 road repair in the year. It ended up being MSI funded, so no cost to the village from taxpayers. But that would be the increase there. That was kind of based on funding that was received during the year, so it wasn't planned. Everything else fairly consistent for a while down. The only other one that I like to point out here is the fire. For whatever reason, they don't, or they never have budgeted for the cost sharing with Parkland County. I think always the explanation was it was never quite sure what it was going to be. Callouts are inconsistent. It's kind of a year by year thing. So they never did budget for those. So the majority of this cost of the $104,000 that you're seeing there, about halfway down the expenses, was paid to Parkland County, whether it was cost sharing of supplies or callouts or whatever it was. Almost the entire balance was due to that. Everything else was fairly consistent, straightforward. They never have budgeted for amortization. I know last year and this year they're showing operating deficits, but we always kind of like to point out that it wasn't an operating deficit if you take out the non-cash amortization. As far as funding their actual operations and their costs, the Village of Waldman has always been able to do so. Other revenue, again, just going on to MSI capital and federal gas tax funding. Most of that is fairly planned and thought out well in advance, which is why it's fairly close to budget. Some small fluctuations as things came in slightly under or over budget, but in this case it was under. Again, not a whole lot of surprises. A fairly predictable municipality. You guys are taking on a nice easy one there. Any questions or concerns about the income statement? Okay. The only other thing I'd like to mention, I'm not going to go into super detail with all the notes of the financials because essentially they're just breaking down more of what I've discussed already. The one thing I do just want to touch on, and it's more to the fact that you guys are taking over the municipality. I'm sure people have looked into it or kind of done the investigation, but note 10 in the financials is just about the contingent liabilities for potential legal action against the village. At the end of 2020, there were 3 open activities against the village. According to our Brownlee confirmation and follow-up as of even just a couple of weeks ago, all of this at this point is undeterminable, but they think it's next to nothing. They don't really have any justification for their claims. And at this point, all 3 of the active claims are under their insurance umbrella. So there's very little risk, if any. Just I'd like to add that peace of mind. So if anybody has any questions about the statements before I jump over to the audit findings report briefly. Excellent.
I don't see any. Continue, thanks.
Perfect. Again, I'm not going to go through line by line. I'm just going to kind of go through some of the highlights. As I kind of mentioned in the beginning part of the financials, we always like to give an assessment of internal controls. Although not a sophisticated organization, they really didn't have any deficiencies, nothing that caused concerns, nothing that we would recommend needed to be changed as soon as possible. Their small but efficient staff had all been in the position for a couple of years, so everybody by that point knew what they were doing. No big issues. The only significant estimate that we have with the audit, again, is a very standard basic one, is our amortization of TCA. Again, at the end of the day, they're just a best guess, but we do feel very comfortable and not a lot of risk in that estimate, so that was nice. Corrected misstatements during the year, we did have 16 adjusting journal entries. We just kind of like to point that out. That's more for previous management, to be honest. It just shows the progress and whether it was a good year or a bad year as far as cleaning small things up, but not a whole lot of relevance to you guys, but I just like to mention that. There were uncorrected misstatements of just very minimal. There was 1 or 2 items that we had deemed not worth adjusting, although they were small errors. The total amounted to $7,671. So nothing to lose any sleep over. Other than that, I think everything was pretty straightforward and standard. We didn't have any, again, no major concerns or issues. At this point, I think it's a clean bill of health, and I'm happy to answer any random or questions around the items I've just discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. So with that, if I can get a member of council to put forward the motion, and then I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Daryl Hollins, Councillor Division 4. I move that the Village of Wobman 2020 financial statements be approved as presented.
Thank you, and open it up for questions, comments from members of council. Councillor Melnick.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I know you had spoke about the federal gas tax and that, that there was, not unsure why it wouldn't have been received. That is just actually really troubling in my brain to understand that. Anything further that you can, like, do they practice or had they practiced, or maybe Jeff, you, Mr. Dyke, how do we follow up on to make sure we get the right monies coming to us? What's our process now?
Well, I think, sorry, I was just going to say, I think the biggest thing at this point, it was from my standpoint, would just be to double check that since we stopped kind of looking in on it, that you haven't received it already, because you may have. So that would be a question for your staff, which I'm sure they'll answer right away. And if not, I would just make sure that there isn't a hang up. Sometimes it can be along the lines of, an application came through and it was approved in principle, but upon the report submission, they didn't like this one line and they're waiting for an edit that we aren't aware of. Or it could just be timing. I mean, I do 25 of these municipalities now, and some people get their money 5 days after they submit things, and some people get their money 2 years later, and the province seems to be all over the map on that. I don't know if there's a huge concern. It'd more just be something to put on your radar from my standpoint.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to you and through you, I can follow up on that question as well. So I can assure you that we are actively working with the provincial government on their statement of funded expenditures, and we're working through that process to ensure that all the grant funds end up where they should be and that we receive what we're entitled to.
Other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor McNabb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my comment or question is more for Mr. Dyke in regards to what he sees here. This is pretty detailed for what we would see in the rest of our hamlets. And moving forward, I guess we'll use this information. So is there anything in here that we need to come back to council and we have a different conversation with, it brings up a few things to light, like some of the unpaid dollars, but is there anything else there that you see that we should have a better conversation with?
Mr. Mayor, to you and through you, a really good question. There are a number of things I would say key for council to be aware of as well. On page 5 of the financial statements, we do see that Wobman is in a net assets position, meaning that their current assets or their financial assets outweigh their financial liabilities. So that's good to know as well. They're not coming across with a whole bunch of debt that Parkland County has to cover in future years. They are in a net asset position of $3.7 million. Other than that, the finalization of the audit is really the starting point for us to go through the process of combining our books together. So we do have a process in place to do that. As we walk through that process, we'll keep council informed on any decisions that have to be made around excess monies, and if those should be added to an existing restricted surplus account, or if council would like to set up a new restricted surplus account associated with those funds. So that process will happen over the next few months as we bring those, combine those books together.
Thank you very much.
Questions from other members of council? And I'm assuming we'll take a look at, they do have some assets in vehicles and equipment. I'm assuming we'll take a look at and assess whether we need those or dispose of them. One question I do have, I didn't see anything in respect to contaminated lands or environmental liabilities. Was there anything identified that are?
Not to date, nope. I've asked management every year and we follow up, and I don't know if it's a bit of that, the don't ask, don't tell, but I know when that standard came into effect a couple of years back, they did do an assessment and there was nothing identified at that time. There was a potential one. I don't know if anybody's been to Wadman recently, but there's that new gas station there as of a year or two ago. They had to do all of the land assessment in that area before that was built, and that was the only area of concern at the time, and they found nothing. So at this time, we're not aware of anything.
Great, thank you. Look to council one final time. Any additional questions? I am not seeing any, so we do have the motion that was put forward by Councillor Hollins. Those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Weber, for joining us today and providing us with the information on the audited financial statements. So with that, we do now have a 10:30, pardon me, an 11 o'clock appointment, and this is with KPMG. So we're back on time, back on track. I'll turn it over to Ms. Swain for introductions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to note that Murray Doherty has joined the call. Murray, I'm not sure if you had been planning to join for the public hearing. Okay, Murray may be having some technical difficulties.
Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I got caught up with work and I was unable to get in. So just wondering what was the outcome of the road closure with Range Road 55?
So we did have the presentations on that, and so the option one that was presented by our administration and with the consultation that occurred between our administration, Camp Ihoha and the residents out there, that was the approach that was endorsed.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
Have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye.
Ms. Swain, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jeff Dyke is also prepared to provide an overview and introduction for our 11 a.m. appointment with KPMG and answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. Mr. Mayor and members of council, please welcome John Stelter, partner, and Tasha Olivieri, manager at KPMG, who will present the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements. Please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much. Again, good morning, everybody. My name is John Stelter, and I'm a partner with KPMG, the external auditors for Parkland County. What I will do is I'll share my screen just so that everybody can see the presentation slides that I will be walking through. If you give me one moment. And again, thank you. I'm also joined this morning by Tasha Olivieri, who's a manager who works closely with me. I'm here today to report the findings from our audit of Parkland County for the year ended December 31st, 2020. The results have been summarized in our audit findings report, which is included within your council package. And our audit was conducted consistent with the audit plan, which was presented to council earlier this year. I can confirm we have completed our external audit of the financial statements of Parkland County for the year ended December 31st, 2020, and are in a position to release our final auditor's report once approval is received, obtained from council, which I would expect will happen this morning. We are satisfied that the financial statements of the county are fairly prepared and presented, and that all significant accounting policies, estimates, and disclosures in the consolidated financial statements are appropriate. In addition to our work with respect to the county's financial statements themselves, we prepare separate reporting on the municipal financial information return for the county, which is the same information as in your consolidated financial statements, prepared in a basis consistent with all other municipalities within the province. We also conduct special work with respect to the Family and Community Support Services restricted grant. That's not new or different. It's special reporting as required by that grant agreement. We've conducted and completed that work, and we have no matters to report. As part of our overall audit plan, we did identify a number of areas that we focused our effort and audit attention this year. And just as a reminder for council, what some of those more key areas are. We do focus and have a look at revenue coming into the county that is subject to external restriction. That's mostly with respect to grant agreements and arrangements that you have in place. Historically, that's been almost exclusively capital purposes to support the construction of tangible capital assets. In the current year, there was additional operating funding that was received as part of the broad support provided to municipalities, including the county, as a result of the COVID pandemic. And so we ensure that as any of those funds are recognized within your financial results, you've complied with all terms and conditions of those arrangements, and we are satisfied that you have. We also look to your property taxes and ensure that the taxes that were billed and collected are consistent with the municipal bylaws and authorizations that were in place for taxes, and we are satisfied that is the case. The county maintains a significant amount of investments, investable assets. Those assets are invested in very low risk and secure fixed income investments as are authorized under the Municipal Government Act. And we're satisfied that all such investments are appropriately supported and secured and are reflected in your financial statements appropriately. We look to inventory balances that the county does hold. You do have some parts and supplies, but you do also have a significant investment in gravel inventory, both gravel which has been mined and gravel which is still in the ground. And we ensure that those amounts are, again, appropriately supported, that they exist and valued appropriately, and we are satisfied that is the case. With respect to your tangible asset infrastructure, both infrastructure that you purchase and that which is contributed to the county as developers fulfill their responsibilities for the construction of certain infrastructure. We are satisfied that all contributions of infrastructure received during the year are, again, appropriately reflected and captured in your results. And also the purchased tangible assets are appropriately supported. We look to all other operating costs as well as a result of our work, making sure that all dollars that are reflected as owing to others, both for compensation costs, so your employee costs, and also payments for other goods and services are fully captured in the results of your financial statements, and we're satisfied they are. We look to your debt as well, so the debt that the county holds, again, primarily with respect to tangible assets, and we're satisfied that you've complied with all terms and conditions of your debt arrangements. As part of the overall broad work we did this year, we did consider the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it really had two overall implications. One of them is the operating impact on the county itself. And you will see or do see within your financial results some implications of COVID. There's a little bit of reduced revenues, which were actually substantially offset by additional funding from the province, and then also in terms of certain costs incurred at the county level. And so I do have a summary of some of your overall financial results, and you'll see just a few of those implications. We're satisfied that everything that did occur this year has been fully and appropriately reflected in your financial results. We also, the other implication of COVID was in the way that we have conducted our audit this last year. We did conduct an audit in a fully virtual environment. So we worked, again, closely with your administrative team and were provided excellent support as we navigated the completion of the audit in a remote environment and did not have any concerns ultimately with information that was shared with us and the timeliness and appropriateness of such information. So again, kudos to your management team for the excellent support and the overall audit activity. So I'm satisfied that the audit work that was conducted fully addresses all areas of planned audit focus. We did identify as part of our work some small adjustments that were considered within the financial statements, but this year only with respect to disclosure, not with respect to the measurement of the numbers included in your results. So the information was of very high quality when provided to us, and there were no ultimate adjustments to the results that were necessary. All disclosure recommendations of significance that we did offer to management were fully adopted, and we're very comfortable with your financial results as presented. Last overall thought is in the prior year, we did provide a number of recommendations in terms of observations, internal control matters, and are pleased to be able to report this year that no new matters were raised as a result of our work. And for those matters that were raised in the past, they were either implemented in the current year, or you're well in your way or well along the implementation of matters that were expected to take a few years to implement. The county's draft financial statements do include a copy of our independent auditor's report, and it will be a clean opinion on your results this year. What I'll do is I'll take just a few minutes to walk through some of the very high level results from a financial statement perspective. So first of all, focus in terms of your overall assets of the county. As you might expect, the vast majority of what you do hold as a county is the infrastructure of the county. So, and that's what's reflected as non-financial assets, roads, and other infrastructure. So that's continues to increase over the last number of years, and as of the end of 2020, held in excess of $527 million of assets. You also hold net financial assets. What this is, these are the assets denominated in cash, and it's the total of your assets less all liabilities and obligations of the county. That amount is a net asset position of $62 million. So as of today, if you were to pay off all of your outstanding bills, including all of your outstanding debt, there would still be $62 million of assets remaining within the county. This talks about the overall level of debt that the county does hold in relation to your capacity or your debt limit of in excess of $130 million. Total borrowings of the county are only $33 million at the end of the year. So you have maintained a relatively low level of borrowing within the county over the last number of years. Next thought is if you even compare the amount of your capacity as a debt limit in relation even to others within the municipal region, the county for the last number of years has had borrowing levels lower than other municipalities within the Edmonton area, and that has continued in the current year. From an overall operating results basis, I think in summary, when we look at your overall activities this year, I'd call it as normal as it might be in an entirely abnormal year that we've all been living. So the results have been very similar to what you had planned for the current year. In terms of taxation, user fees and other activities are down a little bit. And that's primarily as a result of certain activities coming through the Tri-Leisure Center, which was closed for a significant portion of the year. Government transfers for operating is higher than planned, 7.6 versus 5.8 million for the year. That's as a result of additional support funding that was received by all municipalities in the current year relating to COVID. So on an overall basis, your revenues are up in comparison to last year, up a little bit in terms of plan, driven mainly by the incremental funding that was received in the current year as a result of COVID. From a cost perspective,
John, sorry to interrupt, but are you scrolling through your slides?
Oh, sorry, is it not even showing?
That's okay. It's not, it's just showing the front page right now.
Okay, sorry, it is page. I guess it is paging. That's interesting. Oh, let me try. Okay, let me try it this way. I'll do that. There we go. Now I see.
Perfect. Thank you.
There we go. It picked the other version. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
From a cost perspective, overall, approximately $83 million of total spend, which is just slightly higher than last year and a fair amount below the prior year. The implications of that are The county was in a significant cost containment mode over the last year, and also the implications of COVID resulted in some lesser than expected salaries and wages as certain facilities were closed down, and a little bit less activity on an overall basis was happening in terms of general contracted services. But overall, well-managed activities in terms of the costs. If we look to, if you look to your boy, that keeps changing. Look to your overall annual surplus for the year, both excluding amortization and then including amortization for the year. So the overall surplus that the county did generate in the current year was approximately $20 million. But even from a cash perspective, if you are to include the amortization, it's still you're positive on an overall bottom line of about $5 million for the year. So when you look to overall revenues minus expenses, $88 million of revenue, $83 million of costs. In terms of your operating results, you did receive government transfers of approximately $9 million this year. Those are transfers of capital that are used to fund the acquisitions of tangible assets through government grant. And then also contributions received of about $5.8 million. So those are contributions from certain developers of infrastructure that comes to the county and becomes your responsibility, showing an overall surplus of approximately $20 million. If we look what your surplus is comprised of, you maintain the vast majority of the overall net value of the county is maintained in your investment in the infrastructure in the county, $482 million. Really what that says is of all of your infrastructure, you have mostly paid for it yourself already. And so there's very little debt attached to the infrastructure that you hold within the county. And you do hold restricted surplus amounts of approximately $106 million this year. These are reserves and other activities that have been dedicated for various purposes and reasons within the county. And again, last thought on an overall basis, then those net financial assets of the county, which is your total assets minus all outstanding debt, is as stated approximately a $60 million level over the past year. So on an overall basis, a good news story for the county this year. You've got in a challenging overall environment, you've been able to sustain and manage the overall activities of the county in a prudent way for the past year. That'll be the extent of my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any members of council might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stelter, for providing that overview. And I will first look for a member of council put the motion forward, then I'll open it up for comments and questions.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor McNabb, Division 5. And the motion would be that the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements be approved as presented.
Thank you, Councillor McNabb. Open it up for comments and questions from members of council. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. Just great work. I'm pleased to see that you have identified absolutely nothing of concern. Wasn't thinking there would be. My question will be more now as we are moving the two books together. What extra work, or is there going to be extra work that the audit team is going to have to do next year now that we're combining the assets of Wabamun and Parkland County? Or
Sure. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I did listen to the end of the presentation from the auditors of Wabamun as it comes in. As your auditors on a go-forward basis, we will take comfort in the work that has been conducted by the auditors of Wabamun just prior to the transfer. Have a look at the activities that have come and are brought forward into your overall records. In the grand scheme of things, the activities of Wabamun are small in relation to the overall activities of Parkland, but we will clearly ensure and look at how your Chief Financial Officer combines the results, looks at the transfers of the more significant assets and activities into your records. So there will be implications, but we'll take significant comfort in work that's happened already on the way in.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Kubasiak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Stelter, for the overview and the report on the finances of Parkland County. Over the last number of years, Parkland County has been moving to create new reporting systems with IT and Unite projects, different things to streamline. We had a lot of documentation that was done manually in the past. We had a Bellamy system, so there have been many improvements to create efficiencies in how we're reporting material. And I wonder, from your perspective, have you seen this as a more streamlined opportunity, quicker means to gain the information that you need in the reporting process and the audit process? I know that you always had a good relationship. You've had good information from our staff. Thank you to Mr. Dyke and his staff. If you could just comment on how you see that transitioning in technology and the ability that you've been able to use that to streamline the audit process.
Great to you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kubasiak. We've seen significant enhancements in the last year, especially, and some of the benefits of all of the efforts and energies that have been spent by our administration team to coordinate activities. We did a fair amount of work last year in 2019, just looking at a lot of the processes and working with your administrative team, and really started to see some of those benefits this year of the consistent reporting, removal of lots of manual processes that used to exist. You've always had good quality information. The processes that you're following to get there, you're really starting to see the benefits of all that effort that has happened at your management team over the last few years.
Any further comments, questions from members of council? First of all, I want to thank KPMG for undertaking this. I do have one question, and I think it kind of ties into the completeness and accuracy of salaries and benefits disclosure. Did you take a look at overtime and accrued holidays? I know overtime was an issue previously. I think our administration has done a good job to address that, but I'm just curious if there is any red flags given the pandemic and the limitations for travel, particularly international travel. Did you look at vacation time, and if so, how does it compare with other municipalities? And I just want to make a comment, and Mr. Stelter, you touched on this, and in the report, KPMG did recognize the significant improvements in the year-end processes, and moving forward, it identifies that this will not be identified in future year reports. So that's great news, and congratulations to Mr. Dyke and his entire team on that.
Mr. Mayor, in response to your specific question about vacation, we did think about that this year, given the COVID circumstances and the challenges. Nothing changed of substance within the county, which really indicated to us that your management team did a good job managing how your resourcing was being used. Did not see excessive overtime, didn't see significant buildup in vacation liabilities at the end of the year. So no red flags from our perspective.
Great, thanks. The only other comment I'll make, and it's on some of the future obligations and asset retire obligations, which comes effective April 1st of 2022. And there's going to be, the life cycle or retirement costs will now have to be recognized and recorded, which hopefully will enable councils across all municipalities, make them aware of their obligations and able to them to consider these and hopefully make more prudent decisions as they move forward and on all their financial decisions and budget decisions. So, and there's a number of other obligations coming forward as well in respect to accounting standards. And I suspect that's going to add more time to our administration. Some of those are a few years out, but I thought it'd just be important to highlight that, because sometimes our residents say, why are our taxes continually going up? And a lot of it is the reporting requirements, whether it's financial reporting or emergency services. There's extra demands that are put on municipalities and their administrations to file these reports, and that requires quite often additional staff time. So I just wanted to identify that as we move forward. Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, we do have the motion. Please raise your hand if you're in favor. And that is carried unanimously. And so we do have a scheduled closed session with KPMG. So I will turn it over to Ms. Swain for introduction on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need to scroll down to my closed session notes here. So the proposed motion before you is that council convene in closed session pursuant to Section 197 of the Municipal Government Act to meet in private to discuss matters protected from disclosure by Section 23 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And your item is KPMG 2020 audited financial statements.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. If I can get a mover from a member of council, Councillor Melnick.
Absolutely, Councillor Melnick, Division 6. I'll make the motion that we move into closed session as read out by Ms. Swain.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in favor. And that's carried unanimously. So we'll wait for administration.
And just to confirm with council, I believe it's just council and KPMG in the closed session, correct? Okay, so just for legislative services, it'll just be council and KPMG, and the rest of us will wait here. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're back in session.
Thank you. So we did have a motion by Councillor Jensen to revert back to open session. All members of council are present. Actually, I'm looking for Councillor Kabasiak, and I don't see her on my screen.
I think she still may be in the breakout room. I don't know if she knows how to click that thing.
She will be coming right back. One moment. Mr. Mayor, you may now proceed.
Thank you. So back into open session, and Ms. Swain will move to item C3, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we already do C3? No. So item C.
We had the presentation. We were just getting ready for yeah.
Perfect. So Jeff Dyke, I'll turn it back to him for tax rate bylaw 2021-14. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Swain. Proposed motions are before council. Happy to answer any questions associated with those.
Thank you. So if I, pardon me, if I can get a mover for the first motion on this item, please.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion, please. I don't have it in front of me here. If you could just read that item, I'll make that motion.
So the first motion is that bylaw 2021-14 receive first reading.
I'll make that motion on the tax rate, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kabasic. Opening up for comments or questions from members of council. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. It's not a comment, question. It is a comment. And I know that while some municipalities, in my opinion, take the opportunity right around election time to almost in a way manipulate to ensure that they have 0% tax increases or reductions. I know one municipality in this area have actually a reduction again, or a beat. I appreciate the fact that this council has actually looked at it and with the guidance of administration and their recommendations that we have seen, that it is about doing the business that needs to be done no matter what cycle we're in, whether it be an election cycle or whether it's not. So it's unfortunate that the school tax requisition, as Mr. Dyke had indicated, we don't have any responsibility and control over that, that it does affect the bottom line for our residents. But again, thank you very much to the team that have really pushed their pencils and made sure that they came up with the results that council was looking for. Thanks.
Questions or comments on the bylaw? Seeing none, please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. And that is carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the second motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Daryl Hollins, Councillor Division 4. This time I will move bylaw 2021-14 receive second reading.
Thank you, Councillor Hollins, and you must be in ardent support of this because you wanted to move it earlier. Open it up for comments or questions on second reading. Seeing none, those in favor, please raise your hand. It's carried unanimously. If I can get a mover for the third motion.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, that bylaw 2021-14 be presented at this meeting for third reading.
Those in favor to proceed to third reading, please raise your hand. It's carried unanimously, and mover for that fourth motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Tracy Melnick, Councillor Division 6. I'll move the motion that bylaw 2021-14 receive third and final reading.
Thank you very much. Final opportunity for comments. on the bylaw. I want to thank administration and all the staff because it is a collective effort to develop the budget, and there's a lot of work that goes on from everyone in every department, and finance obviously has the arduous task of putting everything together and presenting the budget for consideration for council. So I do want to thank every member who participated and provided comment in the development of the budget moving forward. It wasn't an easy process, but I'm very confident, as Councillor Melnick said, it's going to position Parkland County and our residents to move forward despite all the challenges we're facing with the pandemic. And I believe will position us to be in a very competitive position for 2021. Hopefully we'll come out of this pandemic sometime this year and are well positioned to continue on with the growth that we've seen in recent years. So thank you very much, Ms. Swain, Mr. Dyke, and everybody. So if there's no further comments, those in favor? That is carried unanimously. There's a fifth motion attached to this agenda item. If I can get a mover, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Annalisa Jensen, Division 1. I've made this one a few times today and happy to do so again. The council approve authorization of electronic signature for bylaw 2021-14 in accordance with section 213 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. And those in favor, raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item C4. Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to invite our two Wabamun superstars, Josh Culling, Business Development Officer and Wabamun Integration Project Lead, and Avery Dawes, Municipal Projects Co-op Student, to present Bylaw 2021-13, Repeal of Wabamun Bylaws. And I'd just like to thank all staff for their work on these items. So I will pass it over to Avery for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's good to be in another meeting and seeing you all. As you know, as a result of ordering council number 386/2020, the village of Wabamun dissolved into Parkland County, becoming a hamlet of the county as of January 1st. The 118 bylaws of the former village continue to apply until they are repealed, amended, or replaced by Parkland County's council. To this date, following from previous council action, 69 Wabamun bylaws still remain in effect. Bylaws have and will be brought forward to council in several sets. You've already had some of them, and then there's today's, and there will be another one coming. They are organized into themes, as you've been able to see in the administrative report. Today, Bylaw 2021-13 represents the repeal of 16 of the former village's bylaws organized into three themes. We have fire services matters, non-tax financial service matters, and planning and development matters. Each of these themes has an accompanying schedule attached to the administrative report that provides a brief rationale for administration's recommendations, as well as a copy of the bylaws in question. Following from a thorough review by the project team and respective departments, administration recommends the repeal of these 16 bylaws through the passing of Bylaw 2021-13. Administration is ready to respond to any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dawes. So if I can get a mover for the first motion, and then we'll open up for discussion, please.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Kvasic, Division 3, I'll move that bylaw 2021-13 receive first reading.
Thank you. And comments, questions from members of council? Councillor Melnick.
Yeah, so I know that it appears that these are just a quick action for us. There's not a lot of comments that do need to happen as a result of the repealing of these bylaws. Just wanted to say thank you to Avery and Josh. Avery, I hope that as your time as an intern doing this project work, it was really an experience that you might not have got at another municipality, and I appreciate your efforts.
Additional comments? And just further to that comment, I trust that you got a lot of positive mentorship. You were working alongside an individual that council has a lot of respect for in Mr. Culling. So hopefully it was a good learning experience for you as well.
Yeah, if there's a quick moment to respond, I'd just like to say I appreciate your comments, and that is absolutely correct. In working with Josh and Laura, I've been exposed to a range of issues and matters that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise, and it's been a very valuable experience for me. So thank you very much.
And we wish you all the success when you move forward. Any other comments at first reading? If not, if you're in favor, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. Looking for a mover for the second motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Darrell Hollins, Division 4. I move that bylaw 2021-13 receive second reading.
Comments, questions at second reading? Seeing none, raise your hand if you're in favor, please. That is carried unanimously. Can I get a mover for the third motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, that bylaw 2021-13 be presented at this meeting for third reading.
Those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Jensen, would you like to bring forth this motion?
Going out of order, all right. I'll move that bylaw 2021-13 receive third and final reading.
Thank you very much. Final opportunity for comments on this agenda item. And not seeing any. Those in favor, raise your hand, please. That is carried unanimously. And Councillor Melnick.
Sure, Councillor Melnick, Division 6. I'll put forward the motion that council approve the authorization of electronic signatures for bylaw 2021-13 in accordance with the section 213 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That is carried. Thank you to all the staff and administration and continuing to assess the bylaws that we can repeal in Wadman and move forward in that process of bringing all the bylaws and land use bylaws as well, conditions to make the hamlet of Wadman successful. So really appreciate the work that you guys have undertaken to date. With that, we're going to move to item 8.3 under communications. That is committee reports. And with that, I will start with Councillor McNabb, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to report in this section. Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. Councillor Kabasic and myself attended a community sustainability committee. During that committee, they did review a community sustainability policy with recommendations as well as some other items. So broadband was another one of the items on there. I also attended economic diversification meeting. Of course, a lot that is discussed in that meeting at this time isn't public information. So that was a great meeting. And all of council, or the majority of council, participated in the Pembina zone meeting on Monday. So thank you very much.
I'll move to Councillor Jensen.
Sure. Last week, just report that the River Valley Alliance had their annual general meeting, as well as the regular board meeting, at which time we ratified some new board members into the mix and said goodbye to Guy Bridgman, who has been the chair for several years, as well as Bob Horton and our treasurer as well. So just thanking them for their service and looking forward to a great year ahead of progressing the vision of the River Valley Trail System.
Thank you. Councillor Kabasic, any items under committee reports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Melnick did briefly talk about the Community Sustainability Committee that met. And one of the questions that came forward, we're looking at the work plan and the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan. But one of the comments that came forward was quite reflective on from the committee's perspective is how do these plans take us forward in a meaningful and measurable and accountable way at the front end? And so that there's more accountability and around sustainability. So that was some good perspective that was brought to that committee. I did also attend on April 20th, the ALICE committee, and just reviewing some of the projects that are funded through ALICE. And an interesting perspective, an interesting procedure that's coming forward is that there are as a consortium. It's similar to the Weston group that came forward. The Weston, they did do some financial support. They're still supporting, along with Alice, the projects that are coming forward. But this consortium has, out of peer pressure, they've got others to come on board, other corporations to come on board and look at some funding and how for Alice projects, because they see this as a sustainability type of work that's going forward. They wanted to talk about how they spread money out around cattle grazing, ranching, focus, and looking at carbon sequestration, waterfront benefits. And they like how Alice works with marginal and environmentally sensitive lands, and they want to look at how farmers are going to be compensated for grazing. So it's similar to getting on board with funding and being a corporate partner. And just like McDonald's does with, they've got a slogan now that's saying that their beef production and their business doesn't happen not without Canadian farmers. So it's a new concept that's coming underway. It's going to be beneficial for Alice because they're supporting the concepts and the way this concept works. So that was really positive to hear that. And the group will be getting more details on who's participating, how much they're participating, but the funding will go to support Alice projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kubasiak. Councillor Hollins, anything to report today?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I have no reports for today either. If I can get a mover to accept committee reports as information, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair. And I wonder if Jack is going to be voting on this one.
Thank you. Those in favor to receive committee reports as information, please raise your hands. That is carried unanimously. We do have a scheduled closed session at 1:30, so we'll recess this meeting and come back at 1:30, and then we'll have a motion to go into a closed session. So recessed until 1:30. Thank you.
Just to let you know, I can't put my video on because it says the host has stopped me.
They don't want to see you anymore.
That's fine. But I'm here.
There you are.
Mr. Mayor, we are now ready to start.
Rod, you're muted.
I'll unmute myself. Thank you. So I'll call the meeting back to order. All members of council are present. So we did have a scheduled closed session for 1:30, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Swain for introductions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the proposed motion is that council convene in closed session pursuant to section 197 of the Municipal Government Act to meet in private to discuss matters protected from disclosure by section 23 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And we have one item that we will be moving into closed session on, which is Meridian Housing Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. If I can get a member of council to put forward the motion to go into closed session, please.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Lisa Jensen. I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Show of hands for those in favor. And unanimous to go into closed session. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, we're ready to start.
Thank you. So we are back into open session after having the discussion in closed, and we do have a motion for consideration. And I will ask Councilor McNabb to put that motion on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Make a motion that council approve the borrowing of the purchase price of the office space located in the town of Stony Plain at 4900, 4904, and 4908 53rd Ave. In addition to that motion, there is some components that should be read here. Before any additional funds will be considered for any renovations or other costs associated with the office space, Parkland County's major capital cost sharing funding policy CAD 52 must be followed. A specific detailed funding model for the yearly office space costs moving forward for that each municipality will be responsible for the next 20 years. The Meridian Housing Foundation present their 2020 budget to Parkland County Council for approval, and annually all yearly budgets moving forward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
And just before council moves into that, apologies, I was supposed to share my screen, but I actually don't have the option to share my screen on Zoom. So I can certainly provide something for clarification, but I'm not able to share my screen right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hollins and then Councillor Melnick.
Just for clarification, did you say provide 2020 budget or 2021 budget?
I make my apologies. I read 2020 budget, but it was a 2021 and moving forward with 2022 budget. Thank you very much.
And that was my same comment. Thank you.
Okay, to the motion that's been put on the floor, I'll open up for debate, comments or questions.
Can I make a
Councilor
comment?
McNabb.
Thank you very much. And it's my understanding that Parkland County administrative staff, pertinent departments will work closely with Meridian Housing Foundation to understand and itemize and successfully execute the 3 additional comments there to that motion.
Open it up to other members of council. Councillor Melnick.
Sure, thanks. At this point, I actually struggle a little bit that I have enough of the information in regards to whether the building of question is actually the right building for the right use. So just throwing that out at this point. Thanks.
Councillor Kubasiak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's some clarification needed with seniors housing. Mr. Fitch has explained some requirements, and Meridian Housing has some explanation as well. And I think that when we move through those and look at requirements and expectations, we can come to a better resolution. So I support the motion. I think working with our staff and clarifying will put Parkland County in a good position and still meet the needs of the foundation.
Other members of council? I will not be supporting this motion. It's a it is a significant expenditure for the acquisition, and notwithstanding the other conditions that the foundation provide additional information and work with Parkland County moving forward. My concern is without the due diligence and having a thorough and adequate inspection done of the facility, we may be incurring the foundation, and by extension, the 3 municipalities may be experiencing significant costs in the future. Thank you. I'll look to other members of council, and if there's no further questions or comments, I will move to the question. So I'm not seeing any additional comments. I'll ask a question. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed? So we had 3 members in favor, 3 opposed, so that motion fails. I'm not sure if there's another motion that a member of council would like to put forward. Councillor Melnick.
Mayor Shea, I guess I don't have a motion at this time. I have a question, and I don't know if it'll be appropriate. I know that there is a time frame for this agreement, and whether or not an extension is applicable and can be undertaken, and that we could have some of the additional information by that time, that we could relook at that or not. I guess that's a comment out to whether it be administration, or whether administration will have that information, or the division councillor or representative on that board, or Lorianne. I'm not sure if that is appropriate or not. Thanks.
Councillor McNabb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as proposing the extension, I don't know about that, if it is able, but I do have an option 3 motion I could propose, if that's acceptable. And the option 3 motion here might make it more plausible for the members here. And if you may, I'll make that motion. Meridian Housing Foundation meet all the following requirements, bring back to Parkland County Council for decision. Parkland County's major capital cost sharing funding policy, CAD 52, must be followed. A specific detailed funding model for the yearly office space costs moving forward that each municipality will be responsible for over the next 20 years. That Meridian Housing Foundation present their 2021-2022 budget to Parkland County Council for approval, and annually all yearly budgets moving forward. And I put that motion on the table.
Thank you, and I'll open that up for comments or questions. Councillor Kabasi.
Mr. Chair, then this particular motion, instead of approving and saying go ahead and provide information, this motion that Mr. Councillor McNabb is putting forward is saying the information is required up front, brought back to the council before there's approval. That's the difference.
That's my understanding.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Kabasi. Open it up to other members of council for comments or additional questions. Councillor Melnick.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with having the information up front, understanding fully what we're committing to on behalf of as being a partner in the Meridian Foundation. We all understand the great work that the Meridian Foundation does do, and I know and am confident will continue to do. It's just making sure that as a representative of the public, that we are doing our due diligence to where our confidence level is. Thanks.
Councillor Jensen.
So just wondering about the timeline around this then, and how we're going to move this forward and action this, just from Ms. Swain's perspective, please, should this go forward.
Thanks, Councillor Jensen. And are you asking how we will move forward on addressing the 3 items that we are asking for?
Yeah.
Well, we will work with Meridian Housing Foundation alongside them to support them through those 3 items. Obviously, I'm unsure if the Meridian Housing Foundation will have the full breadth of information to complete our ask with our capital cost share policy, but that's something we will work through with them.
Looking for any comments, additional comments from members of council. Just one comment I will make is I think it's important to also include in those conversations the other municipal partners. this is a partnership involving the foundation and the town of Stony Plain, the city of Spruce Grove, and Parkland County. And I think it's in the interest of all the parties to work together to try to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the residents, the seniors, and doing so in a financially prudent manner. Thank you. Any further comments or questions from members of council? I don't see any. So I'll ask the question. Those in favor, please indicate by showing your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So with that, we'll ensure that Ms. Swain does work with Ms. Arnaud on this and has a discussion moving forward. Thank you all for your participation. That brings us to the close of today's agenda, and we'll adjourn at 3:21. Thank you.